Hello, I'm Mathilda, and welcome back to Romantasy Bedtime Stories. Tonight, I've prepared something special for you, a tale of secret love, of yearning, of a knight who has silently adored his noble charge for 5 long years. Find a comfortable position, let your body sink into your bed or chair. Feel the weight of the day slowly melting away as you listen. This story is called The Knight's Secret. As you drift into this magical forest realm with me, you'll discover a sanctuary where boundaries dissolve, where healing magic flows through gentle hands, and where truths kept silent for far too long finally find their voice. I'll be with you the whole time, guiding you through this journey of tender revelation. Let your breath deepen, your muscles relax, your mind ease into the rhythm of my words. And if you fall asleep before the end, that's perfectly all right. That's what these stories are for, to carry you gently into dreams. Now, close your eyes if you haven't already, and let's begin. The attack came without warning. One moment, you were standing on the balcony of the grand hall, watching the stars emerge in the twilight sky. The next, there was a flash of movement, the glint of steel in moonlight, and then him, your knight, moving faster than any human should be capable of, his sword drawn in a fluid arc. It caught the assassin's blade mere inches from your heart. Now, the danger has passed. At least for the moment, the assassin lies unconscious, bound and awaiting the captain of the guard. But your knight, Sir Gilbert, has already made his decision. His eyes, usually so carefully guarded when they meet yours, now burn with an intensity. His voice comes low and urgent as he tells you that you cannot stay here. There may be others. You need to go now. Never before has he spoken to you this way. Not as a knight addressing his charge, but as a man desperate to protect someone precious. The formality that has stood between you for 5 years falls away in the face of this danger, and something else shines through the cracks. You ask where? Your body still trembling from the near miss. His hand closes around yours and another first. In 5 years, he has never touched you except when protocol demanded it. The warmth of his fingers sends a jolt through your body. Somewhere safe, he promises, somewhere they cannot find you. He asks if you trust him. The question holds more weight than simple words suggest. You look into his eyes. Those eyes that have watched over you for 5 long years, and you nod. With your life, you answer. He responds with a look you cannot decipher. He leads you through the shadows of the castle, avoiding the main corridors. His movements are swift but careful. You notice him wince as he pulls you around a corner. In the dim torchlight, you see the dark stain spreading across his left shoulder. You whisper that he is hurt. It is nothing, he assures you. Though his jaw is tight with pain, you need to keep moving. Before long, you have reached the stables. He selects his own horse, a powerful black stallion named Midnight, and helps you mount. Then he swings up behind you, his chest pressed against your back, one arm wrapped securely around your waist. You feel the warmth of him, solid and strong, and something flutters in your chest. Hold tight, he murmurs, his breath warm against your ear. Then he spurs Midnight forward, and you are racing through the castle gates and into the forest beyond. The forest is dark and wild around you. Moonlight filters through the canopy, casting dappled silver patterns across the path. Sir Gilbert guides Midnight with skill, navigating paths you did not know existed. His arm remains firm around your waist, holding you steady against him. You can feel the rhythm of his breathing, slightly labored from the pain of his wound. You ask if you should not stay on the main road, as Midnight leaps over a fallen log. No, Gilbert replies, his voice tight. The main road is the first place they will look. You are taking older paths, forgotten ones. You feel a drop of something warm on your shoulder and realize with a start that it is blood. His blood. You tell him he is still bleeding. Concern threading your voice, he will be fine, he tells you. The words are clipped, focused. You're almost there, almost where you begin to ask. The nearest village is not a village, he interrupts, somewhere safer. He asks you to please just trust him a little longer, so you fall silent, listening to the rhythm of midnight's hooves on the soft earth, feeling the strength of Gilbert's body behind yours, wondering at the strangeness of this night. For 5 years, he has been your shadow, your protector, always present but somehow apart, separated by duty and station. Now, here in the darkness, with his blood soaking into your cloak, those boundaries seem to be dissolving with every beat of the horse's hooves. The forest grows deeper. The trees older, vines hang from ancient branches, and mist curls around Midnight's legs. You have never been this far into the wild lands before. Maps of the kingdom show nothing but uncharted wilderness in this direction. Gilbert tells you that you are entering the old forest now, the heart of the ancient woods. Few venture thus far. As if responding to his words, the forest around you seems to shift. The darkness takes on a different quality. Not threatening, but watchful. The air feels charged. Like the moment before a summer storm. You could swear that some of the plants are giving off a faint phosphorescent glow, illuminating your path in soft blues and purples. You whisper a question about this place, half in awe, half in apprehension. You feel Gilbert's chest rise and fall against your back as he takes a deep breath. The old stories call it the Whispering Woods, he explains. They say it is where the veil between worlds is thinnest. A shiver runs down your spine that has nothing to do with the cool night air. You ask if he has been here before. Many times he admits, it is peaceful here. You want to ask more, but suddenly Gilbert tenses behind you. His arm tightens around your waist, and he turns Midnight sharply off the path. The horse responds instantly to his command. Moving silently through the underbrush, you whisper, asking what it is. Listen, he tells you. You strain your ears and catch it. The distant sound of horses, pursuit. How did they find you so quickly, you ask? Fear constricting your throat? They did not, Gilbert says grimly. Not yet. But they will if you stay on this path. Hold on. He urges Midnight faster, deeper into the forest. The trees here are massive, their trunks wider than the great hall doors. Roots rise from the ground like sleeping serpents, and Midnight navigates them with uncanny sureness. The undergrowth should be slowing your progress, but somehow it seems to part before you, closing again behind you as if concealing your passage. The strange luminescent plants grow more numerous here. Their ghostly light bathes everything in ethereal glow. Gilbert's profile, sharp with concentration, Midnight's glossy coat. Your own hands, clutching the saddle. It feels like riding through a dream. You realize that the sounds of pursuit have faded. Either you have lost them, or the forest is protecting us, you murmur, not quite believing your own words. Gilbert is silent for a long moment. Then, so quietly you almost miss it, he confirms that it does that sometimes. Before you can ask what he means, the trees open up into a small clearing. In the center stands a structure that makes you gasp softly. It is a cottage, but unlike any you have ever seen, built partially into the trunk of an enormous oak tree. Its walls seem to be a seamless blend of wood and stone, as if it grew naturally from the forest floor. Windows glow with warm light, though you are certain no one could have known to expect visitors. A small stream runs alongside it, bubbling over stones that gleam like opals in the moonlight. You breathe a question about what this place is. Gilbert brings Midnight to a halt and slides from the saddle. Even in this strange, magical light, you can see that his face is pale from blood loss, his movements slightly stiff. Still, he reaches up to help you down, his hands strong and steady at your waist. My sanctuary, he says simply, his eyes meet yours. And for once, he does not look away. No one knows about this place. You are safe here, he promises. There's something in his voice, an undercurrent of emotion that makes your heart beat faster. You have never heard him speak this way before, never seen him look at you so openly. You ask how he found such a place. Unable to tear your gaze from his, a faint smile touches his lips. He did not find it, he tells you. It found him. Then he winces, his hand going to his wounded shoulder, and the moment breaks. You notice the blood has soaked through his tunic, dark and ominous. You say firmly that he needs care. Now, he nods, suddenly looking exhausted. There are supplies inside, he tells you. But first, he must tend to midnight. You begin to offer help, but he stops you with a gentle refusal. There is that note of command again, the one he so rarely uses with you. Then, softer, he asks you to please go inside. It is safe. He will be right behind you. You hesitate, then nod and turn toward the cottage. As you approach, you notice more details. The door handle shaped like a twining vine. The windows set with glass that shimmers with rainbow hues. The roof thatched with what looks like silver green leaves that should not be growing in this season. Something about the cottage feels alive, as if it is breathing in time with the forest around it. The door opens at your touch, swinging inward on silent hinges. Inside, lanterns hang from the ceiling, casting a honey gold glow over everything. The space is larger than it appeared from outside. A main room with a hearth where a fire burns merrily, a small kitchen area, bookshelves built into the walls, a table and chairs, and comfortable-looking furniture. 2 doors lead to what you assume are additional rooms. It is beautiful, but what strikes you most is how personal it feels. This is not just a safe house, this is a home. Gilbert's home. His books line the shelves, histories, poetry, tactical manuals. A cloak you recognize as his spare hangs by the door. A half-finished carving sits on the table beside a whetstone and a small knife. For 5 years, he has stood at your side, guarded your door, escorted you through the kingdom. And in all that time, you realize with a start, you have never seen where he lives, never been invited into his personal space. Knights of the Royal Guard have quarters in the castle, of course. But those are just places to sleep. This is different. This is where Gilbert comes to be himself, away from duty and protocol. And now you are here. The door opens behind you, and Gilbert enters. He has removed his blood-stained outer armor, leaving him in just his tunic and breeches. The wound on his shoulder is clearly visible now, an ugly gash that is still seeping blood. Midnight is settled, he says. Closing the door behind him, he looks around, and you can see uncertainty in his eyes. This man, who is never uncertain in battle, never hesitates to place himself between you and danger, now looks almost nervous. He knows it is not what you are used to. It is wonderful, you say honestly. Then, more firmly, you tell him to sit down and let you look at that wound. He blinks, clearly surprised by your tone. For a moment, you think he might refuse, the knight in him balking at being commanded by his charge. But then he nods and moves to a chair by the fire. There are medical supplies in that cabinet, he says, nodding toward a small wooden cupboard near the hearth. You open it and find neatly organized bandages, salves, and bottles of various tinctures. You select what you need and bring them to where Gilbert sits. He has removed his tunic, and the sight of his bare torso makes you pause. You have never seen him like this before. His chest and arms are corded with muscle, the body of a man who has devoted his life to combat, to protection. But it is the scars that catch your attention. A map of old wounds, each one a moment when he placed himself in harm's way. How many were for you? How many times has he bled to keep you safe, and you never even knew? The new wound stands out starkly against his skin, a deep slash across his left shoulder. It needs cleaning and stitching. You warn that this will hurt as you wet a cloth with a clear liquid that smells strongly of alcohol. He has had worse, he says, but you notice how his hands grip the arms of the chair as you begin to clean the wound. You work in silence for a few moments, carefully washing away blood and dirt. His skin is warm beneath your fingers, another boundary crossed. In 5 years, you have never touched him like this, never had a reason to feel the texture of his skin, to notice how he holds his breath when your fingers brush an old scar near his collarbone. His voice suddenly breaks the silence. Strained as he tells you that you should not touch him like this, you pause, cloth in hand, and meet his gaze. You are alone, you remind him. No one will know. He will know, he says. The words are rough, almost pained. Something shifts in the air between you. A tension that has nothing to do with his wound and everything to do with 5 years of careful distance suddenly collapsed into this moment. This touch, you resume cleaning the wound, but you are more aware now of his breathing, of the flicker of the firelight on his skin, of the strange intimacy of this act. You have had handmaidens tend to you, healers care for minor injuries, but you have never done this for another person, never had your hands on someone else's bare skin. Feeling the life and strength beneath your fingertips, as you work, you notice something strange. The water in the bowl you are using seems to shimmer, taking on a faint, opalescent glow similar to the plants you saw in the forest. And when you touch the cloth to Gilbert's wound again, your fingertips tingle with a strange warmth. Gilbert draws in a sharp breath, his eyes widening. You ask with concern if you hurt him, pulling back. No, he says, sounding bewildered. The pain eased when you touched him just now. You look down at your hands, then at the wound. The edges seem less angry. The bleeding slowed. You touch the wound again, directly this time, and that same warmth flows through your fingertips. Beneath your touch, the damaged flesh seems to knit together ever so slightly. You whisper, asking what is happening. Gilbert's eyes are fixed on you, filled with wonder. The forest, this place, he explains, it sometimes bestows gifts on those it welcomes. You do not understand. He hesitates. The old stories say that those with pure hearts can channel the forest's magic, for healing, for protection. He tells you. His voice drops lower as he confesses that he has never seen it happen before. You look at your hands in amazement, then back at the wound. It is still serious, but not as dire as it first appeared. You continue to clean it, marveling at the warmth that flows from your fingers each time you touch his skin. You ask why the forest would grant you such a gift. Gilbert does not answer immediately. When he does, his voice is soft. Perhaps it sees what he sees, he suggests. The words hang between you, laden with meaning you are not quite ready to examine. Instead, you focus on tending the wound, applying a salve from his supplies, then carefully bandaging his shoulder. All the while, that subtle warmth continues to flow from your hands to his skin, soothing, healing. When you are finished, you step back, suddenly aware of how close you have been standing, how intimate this moment has been. He thanks you, his voice rough with emotion. He has never had anyone care for him this way. You have been protecting you for 5 years, you say quietly. It seems only fair that you should care for him in return. He looks away, reaching for his clean tunic that hangs on a peg near the hearth. You notice how he moves his injured arm, with care, but not with the stiffness you would expect from such a wound. Your healing touch has helped more than you realized. You must be hungry, he says, changing the subject as he pulls the tunic over his head, and tired. He can make something simple if you would like. You are hungry, you realize, and exhausted from the events of the night, but more than that, you are curious. About this place, about him, about the 5 years you have spent with this man who has apparently been hiding so much. That would be nice, you tell him. But when you have eaten, you think you have a lot to talk about? He responds with a nod. Yes, he agrees softly. He supposes you do. The cottage seems to breathe around you as Gilbert moves to the small kitchen area. There is something surreal about watching him there. This man who stands stone-faced behind you during court proceedings, who escorted you silently through a dozen diplomatic functions, who has killed to protect you, now making tea in a forest cottage that seems half-dream. His movements are economical but graceful as he stokes the small cooking fire, fills a kettle from a pitcher, and sets out 2 mugs. You notice his hands shake slightly as he measures herbs into a small pot. You offer to help, but he quickly declines. He asks you to sit, to rest. You have been through enough tonight. You settle into a chair near the hearth, watching him. From this angle, you can see how the firelight catches in his dark hair, how the shadows play across his face. Has he always been this handsome? You have never allowed yourself to notice before. He was your knight, your protector, a boundary that could not be crossed. Yet here you are. The cottage around you is full of Gilbert's presents, books stacked on every surface, some with markers placed carefully between pages, a worn blanket draped over the back of a chair, a shelf of small carved figures, a hobby you never knew he had, a lute in the corner. He plays music. There is so much you do not know about this man who has been by your side for 5 years. The kettle begins to sing, and Gilbert pours the hot water into a teapot. The scent of herbs fills the air. Chamomile and mint and something else you cannot identify. Something that smells like the forest itself. He explains that it is woodland tea, made from herbs that grow near here. He brings the teapot to the table, along with the mugs and a small jar of honey. His hands are still trembling slightly, and you realize with a start that it is because of you, because you are here in his space, seeing the pieces of himself he has kept hidden for so long. You take honey in your morning tea, he says, setting the jar before you, but not in the evening. You prefer it plain then? You blink at him, surprised. You ask how he knows that. He freezes, as if suddenly realizing what he has revealed. He notices things, he explains haltingly. It is his job to know your habits, your preferences, but there is something in his voice that suggests it is more than duty that has made him memorize how you take your tea. You watch as he pours the tea, his movements careful despite the tremor in his hands. He passes you a mug, and your fingers brush against his. Another small touch that should not feel significant, but somehow does. You thank him, and mean it for more than just the tea. He nods and moves to the cabinet again, taking out bread, cheese, and dried fruit, a simple meal, but welcome after the night's events. He arranges everything on a wooden board and brings it to the table. It is not what you are used to, he says apologetically. It is perfect, you assure him, realizing you mean it. There is something deeply comforting about this simple food in this strange, magical place, with this man who has been a constant yet distant presence in your life for so long. You eat in silence for a few moments. The tea is delicious, subtle and soothing, warming you from the inside. The forest cottage seems to wrap around you, both like a protective embrace. The lantern lights soft and golden, the fire crackling quietly in the hearth. Outside, you can hear the gentle sound of the stream and the whisper of the wind through ancient trees. Finally, you break the silence by asking how he found this place. Gilbert's eyes meet yours over the rim of his mug. He seems to consider the question carefully, as if deciding how much to reveal. He did not, he says eventually, echoing his words from earlier. Not exactly. He sets down his mug and looks toward the window, where moonlight filters through the strange, iridescent glass. He was wounded, he explains, a skirmish on the northern border. Before he was assigned to your protection, he got separated from his unit and wandered into these woods, Half delirious with fever, he pauses, his expression distant with memory. He should have died, but the forest guided him here, to this cottage. He does not know how old it is or who built it originally. It was empty when he found it. Yet there was food in the pantry, herbs for his wounds, a fire already burning in the hearth, as if it was waiting for him. You ask if he has kept it secret all this time, even from the other nights. He nods. He needed somewhere to think, somewhere away from everything, he says, hesitating on the last word. The words hang in the air, and suddenly you understand. He comes here to escape being near you but unable to be with you. The realization sends a shiver through you. Your voice grows softer as you ask how often he comes here. When he can, he tells you. When you are safe in the castle and his second can watch over you. He has never brought anyone here before. Never told anyone about it. Why me, you ask? The question slipping out before you can stop it. Why show you this place? Gilbert is silent for a long moment. When he finally speaks, his voice is barely above a whisper. Because there is nowhere else he could keep you truly safe. And because after tonight, he cannot bear to keep pretending anymore. Pretending what, you ask? His eyes meet yours, full of emotion, but he does not answer. Instead, he stands abruptly. You should rest, he says. It has been a long night. You can take the bed. It is through that door. He will keep watch. Just like that, the walls are back up. The brief glimpse of vulnerability vanishes behind the night's duty. You want to press, to ask what he meant, but you can see the tension in his shoulders, the careful way he is holding himself apart again. Very well, you say, rising from your seat. But this conversation is not finished. His name feels intimate on your lips. You have rarely had cause to use it. He has always been Sir Gilbert or simply Knight in public settings. He responds with a look and a nod. No, he agrees softly. He does not suppose it is. You move toward the door he indicated, then pause with your hand on the latch. You ask him why he requested this position 5 years ago. The question has haunted you for years. There were dozens of knights who could have been assigned to your protection, warriors with more experience, more prestige. Yet it was Gilbert who stepped forward. Gilbert who asked specifically to be your guardian. You have never had the courage to ask why, until now. In this strange place between worlds, with the taste of his woodland tea still on your lips. His silence stretches so long you think he might not answer. You are about to turn away when his voice comes, soft but clear in the quiet cottage. You smiled at him once. The simple words freeze you in place. You turn back to face him. What, you ask? His eyes are fixed on the fire. Not meeting yours. During the autumn festival, he explains. He was just another guard. You did not have to acknowledge him. But you smiled, and you said thank you when he opened a door. And he was lost. The confession lands like a stone dropped into still water, ripples expanding outward, changing everything. You struggle to remember the moment he is describing. One insignificant interaction among thousands. A smile, a simple courtesy. How could that have altered the course of his life? Of both your lives? Your voice is barely audible as you ask if that is why he has protected you all these years, because you smiled. Now he does look at you, and the emotion in his eyes makes your heart stutter. No, he says quietly. He has protected you because losing you would end him. The words hang in the air between you, too enormous to process immediately. You stand frozen by the door, unable to move forward or back. Gilbert remains by the table, his posture tense, as if bracing for a blow. He should not have said that, he says finally, breaking the silence. Forgive him. He is not thinking clearly. No, you say quickly. No, he should not take it back. You move away from the door, back toward him. The cottage seems to hold its breath around you both. How long, you ask? He closes his eyes briefly. When he opens them again, there is a resignation there. As if having crossed this line, he can no longer retreat. 5 years, he says simply. Since that first day, you take another step closer. Why did he never say anything? A bitter smile touches his lips. What would he have said? My lady, I know I am merely your protector. A commoner elevated to knighthood through service rather than birth. But I find myself hopelessly in love with you. He shakes his head. He valued his position too much to risk it. Being near you, even if you could not, he trails off. It was enough. It had to be. The honesty of his words steals your breath. 5 years of silence, 5 years of standing at your side, of protecting you, of watching over you, all while carrying this secret. Tell you, you say softly. He looks confused. Tell you what? Everything, you answer. All the things he has kept silent, all the words he has swallowed down. You want to hear them, please. It is the please that breaks him. You can see it in his eyes, the last wall crumbling. He does not know where to begin, he says, his voice rough with emotion. Begin anywhere, you urge gently. Begin with what he notices. He takes a deep, shuddering breath, and then, like a dam breaking, the words start to flow. You take your tea with honey, but only in the morning, he begins. By afternoon, you prefer it plain. His voice grows stronger with each word, as if finally speaking these observations aloud is its own kind of freedom. You hum when you are nervous. Always the same melody, the lullaby your mother used to sing. Your eyes widen. He is right. It is your mother's lullaby. Something you do unconsciously when anxious. Your favorite color is not green like you tell everyone, he continues. It is blue. The blue of the sky just after dawn. You stare at it from your window when you think no one is watching. How could he know this? You have never told anyone about your private morning ritual. Watching the sky change from black to deep blue to the pale blue of full daylight. You touch your necklace when you are thinking, he observes. 3 times, always 3. His eyes drop to the pendant at your throat, your mother's locket. Your hand rises to it unconsciously, and he smiles faintly, like that. Each revelation lands like a confession of love, because that is what it is. Love expressed through attention, through memorizing every detail, every habit. You are left-handed when you write, he notes, but you were taught to eat with your right hand. And sometimes you still switch the fork without realizing. His voice has taken on a cadence now, almost like poetry. You cannot abide the taste of anise. You flinch at unexpected thunder. You sleep with your window open even in winter because you love the sound of rain. You are stunned, frozen in place by this litany of intimate observations. You ask if he has been watching you. He admits that he has not been able to look away for 5 years, his voice breaking slightly on the words. The enormity of what he is confessing washes over you. 5 years of silent devotion, of careful observation, of loving from a distance. There is more, he says. And there is something desperate in his voice now, as if having started, he cannot stop until it is all out in the open. You love the smell of old books. You drink from the left side of a cup first. You are terrified of spiders, but would never let anyone kill one. You always catch them and release them outside. He takes a step toward you, and then another, closing the distance between you. You wear a mask at court, he continues, the perfect noble. Always composed, always proper. But he has seen how you talk to the kitchen cats when no one is around. How you slip bread to street children from your own plate. How you weep at poetry readings but hide it behind your fan. He is standing right before you now, close enough that you can see the flecks of gold in his brown eyes, close enough that you could reach out and touch him if you dared. You hate your birthday celebrations because they remind you of your parents' death, but you enjoy them because you know the court expects it, he says softly. You visit their memorial at dawn every year, alone, thinking no one notices your absence. You whisper, genuinely shocked. asking how he knows that. You have always been so careful, slipping away before the sun rises. Because he follows you, he admits, every year, he stays hidden. But he would not let you walk those paths alone in the dark, not even for a moment. Tears prick at your eyes, the thought of him there, a silent guardian on that most private pilgrimage, should feel like an intrusion. Instead, it feels like a blanket wrapped around your shoulders on a cold night. He knows your real laugh, he continues, more softly now, not the polite one you use at court, but the one that escapes when something genuinely delights you. He has heard it 7 times in 5 years. He remembers each occasion. A tear slips down your cheek. He notices. Of course he notices, and his hand rises as if to wipe it away. But he stops himself. The old habits of propriety still strong, even in this moment of confession. He knows when you are really listening and when you are just being polite, he says. He knows when your headaches are coming on by the way you rub your temples. He knows you cry when you think no one can hear. On the anniversary of the Northern War, when the lists of the fallen are read, your breath catches. He is right. You lost a childhood friend in that conflict. And though you maintain composure during the public memorial, you always break down later. In private, he knows you, my lady, he says. And there is such tenderness in his voice that it makes your heart ache. Better, perhaps, than anyone else ever has. And he has kept silent for 5 years because he convinced himself, that loving you from afar was better than risking everything and losing even that. The tears are flowing freely now, running down your cheeks unchecked. 5 years. 5 years of being seen, truly seen, by this man who has stayed silent out of duty and honor and fear. And what of your own feelings? Your mind races back through those same 5 years, seeing them in a new light. How your heart would lift when Gilbert appeared for his duty. How you found reasons to walk in the gardens more often when he was your escort. How you noticed the empty space beside your door on the rare occasions when he was called away to other duties. You thought he was just dutiful, you whisper, but he cares. A broken laugh escapes him. Care, he repeats. My lady, he is ruined by you. The honesty of the words steals your breath. No one has ever spoken to you this way. Not the courtiers with their flowery, practiced compliments. Not the nobles with their political overtures disguised as affection. This is something else entirely. Something real and painful and beautiful. If you were anyone else, you whisper, not even sure where the words are going. You are anyone else, he interrupts, his voice urgent. Here, tonight, you are just you. Not a noble and a knight, just 2 people. The cottage around you seems to pulse with agreement. The strange magical light from the windows growing warmer. The fire in the hearth burning brighter. This place exists outside the normal rules of your world. Outside the strictures and boundaries that have kept you apart. What would he do, you ask? Your voice barely audible. If you were just 2 people, fear gives way to hope in his eyes, resignation to possibility. His voice cracks, he would ask if he could hold your hand. Of all the things he might have said, all the desires he might have confessed after 5 years of silence, this simple request undoes you. You reach for him without hesitation, your fingers finding his. His hand trembles in yours, rough with calluses from years of swordplay, warm and strong and real. His eyes never leave yours as your fingers intertwine. He has wanted to do this for 5 years, he confesses. His voice thick with emotion. Then he should not let go, you whisper. Time seems to slow in the enchanted cottage. Measured now by the beat of your hearts rather than the movement of the stars, you stand together, hands joined, neither willing to be the first to break this fragile connection. The forest cottage hums around you, the walls seeming to shimmer slightly, as if the magic of the place is responding to the emotional current flowing between you. His hand is shaking, you observe softly. Yes, he admits without embarrassment, he never thought. He never dared to hope ... You squeeze his fingers gently. You are only now realizing how blind you have been. His head tilts slightly. What do you mean? You take a deep breath, sorting through your own realizations. You are remembering all the times he was there, all the small things he did that you never properly noticed. Your mind races back through 5 years of memories, seeing them in a new light. How he always knows when you need space or company. How he positions himself between you and any threat without thinking. A small smile touches his lips. That is just his duty, he says. No, you say firmly. It is more than that. It is the way he says your name when he thinks you cannot hear. The tone of his voice changes. It becomes softer. His eyes widen slightly, surprised that you noticed. It is how he makes sure your favorite foods appear at your table during difficult court days, you continue. How he somehow knows when you have had a nightmare and always finds a reason to check on you. How he leaves bluebells, your favorite flower, on your windowsill every spring equinox. Now it is his turn to look shocked. You knew that was him. You shake your head. Not until this moment. But who else could it have been? Who else knows you so well? You take a step closer to him, your joined hands pressed between your bodies. 5 years, Gilbert. 5 years of him loving you silently, and you not seeing what was right in front of you. You could not have known, he says gently. Could not you? You look down at your entwined fingers, then back up to his eyes. You think perhaps you did know, somewhere deep inside. You think that is why you have never seriously considered any of the marriage proposals from visiting nobles. Why you feel safer when he is the one guarding your door. Why you sleep more soundly when you know he is near. Hope flares in his eyes, bright and intense. What are you saying? He asks, his voice barely above a whisper. You take another deep breath. You are saying that you think you have been in love with him too, without knowing it. Without allowing yourself to know it, the words hang in the air between you. Changing everything, Gilbert's breath catches, his hand tightening around yours. My lady, he begins. Not here, you interrupt gently. Here, you are not my lady, and he is not Sir Knight. Here you are just you. Please, Gilbert. Say your name. He hesitates. Years of protocol warring with this new reality. Then, softly, reverently, he speaks your name. Just your name, without title or formality. The sound of it in his voice sends shivers down your spine. Again, you whisper. He says it again, and this time his free hand rises to touch your face. Fingertips brushing your cheek with such tenderness that tears spring to your eyes again. 5 years, he says. His voice filled with wonder. 5 years of loving you in silence. And now you are here, in this place that has only ever held his solitude, telling him that he cannot even finish the sentence, as if saying it aloud might break the spell. That you love him, you complete for him, the words feeling right and true as they leave your lips. You do, Gilbert. You love him. You think perhaps you always have. From the moment he stepped forward and asked to be your protector, you just did not know how to recognize it, did not allow yourself to feel it. A log shifts in the fireplace, sending sparks dancing up the chimney. Outside, the wind picks up, rustling through the ancient trees. The cottage seems to pulse around you, the magic of the place intensifying, responding to the truth finally spoken aloud. Gilbert's hand trembles against your cheek. He starts to ask for permission, then stops. Still uncertain despite everything. Yes, you whisper, though you are not even sure what he is asking permission for. It does not matter. In this moment, the answer is yes to anything, everything, slowly, giving you every chance to pull away. He leans forward until his forehead rests against yours. Not a kiss. Not yet. But an intimacy perhaps even more profound. You can feel his breath mingling with yours. Can hear the rapid beating of his heart. He never thought he would have this, he confesses. His voice raw with emotion. Even in his most selfish dreams, he never dared imagine you could feel the same. You do, you assure him, your hands leaving his to slide up his arms. Careful of his injured shoulder, you do feel the same. His eyes close briefly, as if the words are almost too much to bear. When he opens them again, they are filled with such love that it takes your breath away. What happens now, you ask? Suddenly aware of the world that waits beyond this magical forest, the court that will expect you to return, the duties and expectations that have kept you apart for 5 years. Now, he says softly, you have tonight. This moment, this place where you're just yourselves, without rank or duty between you. And tomorrow? A shadow crosses his face. Tomorrow you face whatever comes. Together, if you will allow it. Together you agree. And the word feels like a vow. The cottage seems to approve. The lights dimming slightly as if to give you privacy. The fire burning lower but warmer. The magic of this place has brought you to this moment. This impossible, beautiful moment outside of time and obligation. You should rest, Gilbert says gently, echoing his earlier suggestion, but with none of the distance from before. It has been a long night, you nod, suddenly aware of the exhaustion weighing on your limbs, but you do not move away from him. Stay with you, you say, and it is half request, half command. His eyes widen slightly. That would not be proper. You finish for him. A small smile playing on your lips. You are beyond that now, you think. You are not asking for anything improper, Gilbert. You just do not want to be alone. Not tonight. The tension leaves his shoulders, and he nods. Of course, he will stay nearby. He will keep you safe. You always have, you say softly. Together, you move toward the door he indicated earlier. The bedroom beyond is small but comfortable. A bed with soft blankets, a small chest for clothes. A window that looks out into the moonlit forest. Like the main room, it bears the subtle touches of Gilbert's personality. A book of poetry on the bedside table. A cloak hanging from a peg, a small carving of a wolf on the windowsill. He will be just outside the door, he says, starting to withdraw. You catch his hand. No, stay here, please. Uncertainty flickers across his face. That would not be. You are not at court, you remind him gently. There are no protocols here. Just you. He hesitates, then nods, as you wish. You prepare for sleep as best you can, removing your outer layers but keeping on enough to remain decent. Gilbert turns away, giving you privacy, and you slip under the covers of the bed. The sheets smell faintly of pine and something herbal. His scent, you realize with a start. Where will he sleep, you ask, watching as he moves about the room, checking the window, adjusting the blankets. He will sit here, he says, indicating a chair near the door. He should keep watch in any case. He is injured, you point out. He needs proper rest too. He shakes his head. He will be fine, Gilbert, you say, your voice gentle but firm. Come here. He approaches the bed slowly, as if expecting you to change your mind at any moment. Sit, you say, patting the edge of the mattress. You cannot see him from over there. Cautiously, he sits on the very edge of the bed. His posture still formal despite everything that has been revealed tonight. Closer, you urge. You still cannot see him properly. He moves closer, his weight creating a dip in the mattress that makes you slide slightly toward him. The proximity sends your heart racing again. My lady, he should not, he begins. He has loved you for 5 years, you interrupt softly. You have loved him without knowing it for just as long. Sit with you, please. The please undoes him, as it did before. His posture softens, and he shifts to sit more comfortably on the bed, his back against the headboard. You reach for his hand again, and he gives it to you without hesitation this time. What happens tomorrow, you ask, voicing the fear that has been lurking beneath the surface of this magical night. Gilbert is quiet for a moment, his thumb tracing gentle circles on your wrist. Tomorrow you go back, he says finally. Tomorrow he is your knight again, and you are the noble he protects. And tonight, the question hangs between you, filled with possibilities. His eyes meet yours, dark and serious in the dim light. Tonight you are the woman he loves, and he is just a man who would burn the world to keep you safe. The honesty of his words wraps around your heart like a vow. You shift closer to him, resting your head against his uninjured shoulder. He tenses momentarily, then relaxes, his arm coming around you with tentative care. Rest, he murmurs, his breath stirring your hair. You are safe here. The forest protects its own, and you are its own, you ask, your voice already growing heavy with approaching sleep. Yes, he says softly. He thinks you are. The enchanted cottage cradles you both, the magic of the forest humming through its walls. Outside, the stream continues its gentle song, and the ancient trees stand guard. Here between worlds, you have found a truth that was waiting for 5 long years. Your eyes grow heavy, your body relaxing into the warmth of Gilbert's presence beside you. His hand holds yours, his thumb still tracing those soothing circles on your wrist. The last thing you hear before sleep claims you as his voice, soft and full of wonder. Sleep, my love. He will keep you safe. He always has. He always will. The night deepens around the forest cottage, stars wheeling overhead through gaps in the ancient canopy. Inside, the enchanted dwelling has dimmed its lights, as if understanding the need for rest. The fire in the hearth has burned down to glowing embers that cast a warm, golden light across the small bedroom. You drift in and out of sleep, your body exhausted from the night's events, but your mind still processing the enormous revelations. Each time you wake, you find Gilbert still there, still holding your hand, still watching over you with unwavering attention. During one such moment of wakefulness, you notice that he has shifted slightly, no longer sitting beside you, but perched on the edge of the bed. His posture tense as he listens to something you cannot hear. What is it? You whisper, instantly alert. He turns to you, his expression softening. Nothing to fear, he assures you, just the forest settling. Sometimes it moves at night. Moves? He nods. The paths shift, the streams change course. It is part of the magic of this place. He smiles faintly. It is why no one can find this cottage unless the forest wants them to. You listen, and now you can hear it, a sound like distant sighing, like enormous roots stretching deep underground, like ancient trees bending toward one another to whisper secrets. It should be frightening, but instead it is strangely comforting. The forest is alive, you murmur. Yes, Gilbert agrees. More alive than most realize. It has a consciousness of sorts, a will, and it welcomed him. It saved him, he corrects gently. And now it is sheltering you. You consider this. The idea of a sentient forest that chooses who to protect, who to guide to this magical sanctuary. Why us, you wonder aloud. Gilbert is quiet for a long moment. He asked the same question once, he admits. He never received an answer. Not in words. But he has come to believe that the forest recognizes something in certain people. A quality it values, loyalty perhaps, or love. The word hangs between you. No longer frightening now that it has been spoken aloud, acknowledged by both of you. Try to sleep, Gilbert urges gently. You're safe here, he promises. You settle back against the pillows, but sleep remains elusive. There is a new tension in the air. Not fear of the assassins, but awareness of this fragile, newborn thing between you and Gilbert, this confession, this possibility. He can hear you not sleeping. He says softly after a while. You smile in the darkness. Are you that obvious? To him? Always. His voice is tender, with none of the careful neutrality he maintains at court. Here, in this magical place between worlds, he is simply a man who loves you, speaking without fear. You are frightened, you admit, not of the assassins, of what comes next. What happens when you leave this place? He is silent for a moment, and you feel the bed shift as he moves closer. What would you like to happen, he asks. His voice carefully neutral now, giving you space to determine the path forward. You consider the question seriously. What do you want? 5 years of unacknowledged feelings suddenly brought to light. 5 years of proper distance suddenly collapsed into this intimate night. You want to find a way, you say finally. A way for you to be you, without hiding, without pretending. Gilbert takes a deep breath. The court would never accept, he begins. You do not care what the court accepts, you interrupt. With more fierceness than you intended. They do not rule your heart. His hand finds yours in the darkness. It will not be easy, he warns. There will be opposition, whispers, those who believe he has overstepped. Take an advantage. Let them whisper, you say firmly. Let them see what true devotion looks like. Not political alliances disguised as marriage proposals, but this 5 years of silent love, of protection, of seeing you for who you truly are. The cottage seems to approve of your words, a subtle warmth spreading through the room. The embers in the hearth glowing brighter for a moment. Gilbert begins to ask if he may come closer. He cannot see you from here. You smile at hearing your own words from earlier echoed back to you. Yes, you whisper, please. He moves to sit beside you. Careful not to intrude too much into your space despite the invitation. Even now, after all that has been said, he maintains a respect for boundaries that makes your heart ache with tenderness. You still cannot see him properly, you tell him. Sit here, on the bed, please. He begins to protest that he should not. But you remind him that he has loved you for 5 years, and you have loved him without knowing it for just as long. Sit with you, please. The repetition breaks through his hesitation. He moves to sit beside you properly, his back against the headboard, his shoulder touching yours. The simple contact sends warmth spreading through your body. What happens tomorrow, you ask again. Knowing the question has no easy answer, but needing to hear his thoughts. Gilbert is quiet for a long moment. Tomorrow you begin the journey back, he says slowly. You will need to be careful. The assassins may still be searching, but the forest will help you, he thinks. It will keep you hidden until you are ready to be found. And when you reach the castle, he sighs softly. When you reach the castle, you face whatever comes, together. Together, you repeat, finding comfort in the word. You sit in silence for a while, shoulders touching, hands joined, each lost in thought. The forest continues its nocturnal symphony outside, the gentle babble of the stream, the whisper of wind through ancient leaves, the occasional call of a night bird. You cannot sleep, you admit finally. You're too aware of everything, of him. He turns to look at you, his profile outlined in the faint glow from the hearth. Would it help if he told you a story? He asks softly. His mother used to tell stories when he could not sleep as a child. The suggestion surprises and touches you. This is yet another facet of Gilbert you have never seen before. The man beyond the night, with memories of childhood and a mother who told bedtime stories. You would like that, you say. He shifts slightly, getting comfortable. Still holding your hand, there is a tale about this forest, he begins, his voice taking on a gentle cadence. The old villagers say it was once the home of the Five Folk, who lived in harmony with the trees and rivers. They say that when humans first came to this land, the Fae retreated deeper and deeper into the woods, until they became one with it, their spirits merging with the oldest trees, their voices becoming the whisper of leaves, their magic infusing the very soil. You close your eyes, letting his voice wash over you, imagining the story he weaves. They say that is why the forest sometimes moves, why paths appear and disappear, why certain people find sanctuary here while others become hopelessly lost. The fire is still watching, still judging who is worthy of their protection, and they judged him worthy, you murmur. Or perhaps just pitied a half-dead knight stumbling through their realm, he says with a touch of humor. No, you say firmly. They recognize what you are only now seeing clearly. His heart, Gilbert, his loyalty, his capacity for love. He is silent for a moment, and you sense he is struggling with the compliment. The story goes on to say that those blessed by the forest carry its magic with them. Even when they return to the world of men, they are changed, marked in ways invisible to most, but recognizable to each other. Like your healing touch, you suggest. Yes, he agrees. The forest saw something in you and gifted you with its power. That is unusual. Most who receive the forest's blessing get smaller gifts, good fortune, perhaps, or dreams that foretell danger. And what gift did it give him, you ask curiously. Gilbert hesitates. He is not entirely sure, he admits, but he has noticed that since finding this place, he senses things, threats mainly. He knows when danger approaches, sometimes before there is any visible sign. That is how he knew about the assassin tonight, you realize. He sensed it before it happened. He nods. He felt a wrongness in the air, a shadow where there should not be one. He was already moving before he consciously understood why. You consider this revelation yet another layer to this man who has guarded you for 5 years. Not just a skilled knight with exceptional training, but something more. Something touched by the same magic that now flows through your own hands. You are bound, you whisper, the realization dawning. The forest has bound you together. Perhaps he acknowledges softly, or perhaps it simply recognized what was already there. The thought settles over you like a blanket, warm and comforting. Whatever happens when you return to the castle, to court, to the world of politics and protocol, you carry this magic with you. This connection that transcends duty and station. Your eyelids begin to grow heavy as Gilbert continues his story, his voice dropping lower, becoming a soothing murmur. He speaks of the old magic, of the ways the forest protects its own, of the paths that appear only to those with pure intentions. The words wash over you like gentle waves, carrying you closer and closer to sleep. As you drift on the edge of consciousness, you feel Gilbert shift beside you. He moves to rise, perhaps thinking you are asleep and planning to return to his watch position. Do not go, you murmur, tightening your grip on his hand. Stay with you. He is not going anywhere, he promises. He will be right here. No, you insist, though your voice is heavy with approaching sleep. Here, with you. You tug gently at his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, he settles back beside you. With the last of your waking courage, you shift to rest your head against his chest, hearing the steady beat of his heart beneath your ear. His arm comes around you cautiously, cradling you against him with such tenderness that it brings tears to your eyes, even through the haze of near sleep. Is this allowed? He whispers, and you can hear the wonder in his voice, the disbelief that he can hold you this way. You allow it, you murmur, smiling against his chest. His hand comes up to stroke your hair, gentle, reverent. Sleep, he urges softly. He will be here when you wake. Promise? The word is barely audible, Sleep claiming you rapidly now. He swears it. By the old forest and the new stars. By his sword and his heart, he will be here. The last thing you're aware of before sleep claims you completely is the feeling of his lips pressing softly against the top of your head. A kiss so gentle it might be a dream, and his voice, whispering words that follow you into slumber. Sleep, my love. He will keep you safe. He always has. He always will. In the magical cottage, cradled by ancient trees and protected by a forest that moves with purpose and will. You sleep. Your hand never leaves his. His arm never stops sheltering you. You are safe. You are loved. You have always been loved. Sleep now. Sleep.